Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, Pet Gamer. Hi, Evie. Hi, Roxas. Very sus. What is sus? PTSD iPhone. What do you mean? What do you mean iPhone? I mean, I never heard iPhone before because iPhone is for rich people. No? I always see the iPhone cost is like 2 times the better phone that I have. I mean, I have Infinix, that's really good. It cost me 900 ringgit. I don't know. It's cutie pot time. Wait, on that emote. So much energy. Wow. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm having a little bit of a headache for whatever reason. I don't know. Probably because I didn't drink much water. I don't know, right? It's a very Asian thing, right? I'm sick. Drink more water. I broke up with someone. Drink more water. You didn't drink enough water. That's why they broke up with you. It's like, no, it's a joke, right? It's a joke. It's a joke. Right? But it's like a Asian mom thing. Whenever something bad happens, it's always like not enough water being consumed. I don't know. I like that joke. Yeah, anyways, I've been listening to Super Bowman 2 music yesterday, the entire night because it's really good. It's really good. Oh, this one is really good. Yeah, I forgot this one. Oh, I just start from no. Yeah. iPhone ringtone. Click here to play the sound. What is this? Is it gonna be loud? Oh, oh. Oh, do you feel it? Do you need more? You, iPhone, iPhone ringtone? Oh, it's so loud. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. It's the internet. Everything exists. Everything exists. Oh my god. Oh man. That was cray cray. Honestly, I don't know why I lost my sense of time for a little bit just now, or this morning actually. I thought today is Friday, but no, today is Saturday. I don't know why I thought that way. I thought today is Friday. Apparently today is Saturday, so you know, sometimes me having a headache just sort of like mess up my like time, like my clock, the clock within. Imagine if I say the cock within. Too early, too early. Anyways, right, I wanted to play a little bit more. I want to look a little bit more I want to play a little bit more Far Far West today, right? So yeah, I want Far Far West. I don't know if I want to keep using minigun though, because minigun actually hurts my wrist. Because what happens is that because you need to hold mouse 2 to keep the barrel rolling, right? To keep the barrel rolling, and then for maximum accuracy as well, and then to shoot fast as well, right? But to hold mouse 2 and also tap mouse 1 to tap fire most of the time, and then while needing to fucking move around the mouse is apparently really bad for my wrist. So yeah, I'll probably hold off from minigun from now. I want to try some other guns, right? I want to see if I can get enough fragments today and try out maybe I don't know. I want to use some boomerang. I want to try out lever edge. I think that's the gun the gun that's called, right? So I want to try out that one. And also, actually, last night someone followed me by the name of Butterable Water. Butterable Water. I mean, have you I never thought about that. What happened? I mean, I know what happens if I put butter into water. Can I drink it? I don't. I don't think I want to drink that. I looked away for a minute and thought an actual phone was going off. Yeah, sorry about that. But hey, that means I'm not gonna say that. You know what? I take that back. I'm not gonna say that. I will not say it because that's rude. That's rude, and I don't want to be rude. Yeah, anyways, I want to play a little bit more, well, a lot more Far Far West today. Give me a second. Where is it? I wonder if I can. Wait, can I do like? See, I have here. This is very weird, but I think this might work. I mean, I have some games using this, and sometimes it works most of the time it doesn't. Right, this is use all available cores, which would be, I don't know what would happen to the CPU honestly, but sometimes when I put this on for some of the games I want the game to work well, and it's like I kind of want to. It kind of works sometimes, but most of the time this shit doesn't do anything. So, in one instance that it works really well to me personally is Ark Survival. Yeah, Ark Survival works really well. So use all available cores high as well, as in make the priority list on high for this game. But I don't think I want that. I think there's also No Man's Sky. Is there No Man's Sky for the launch option? I think there is, right? Let me double check. Sorry, flashbang. Uh, Steam launch options, No Man's Sky. There is. Launch options. Maybe I should look into launch options sometime so that maybe I can like make a game run slightly better. I don't know. Hopefully. I mean, it's something that I need to look for. Matlock ecosystem. People are just saying that use all available cores is like working fine. I mean, I'm gonna give it a try. I don't know if it's gonna like break the game or anything. I sure hope not. And also, um, I mean, I'm stupid, so I'm using this, right? But don't be like me, right? I don't know if this is going to break the game or make the game run worse. I'm here to be the rat for you, right? So that I'm gonna give it a try, right? So let me open up the game, and then I'm gonna close the music as well. Oh yeah, YouTube viewers and VOD viewers, if you're here, if you're looking at this section of the stream, welcome, right? You cannot hear any banger music that's playing on the background. That's normal, right? Because I've disabled the music that plays on VOD. So if you want to listen to whatever banger of music that I'm listening to, check out twitch.tv/TylraKobo. That is TYLRAKOBO. And that's the plug for YouTube and VOD viewers. Wow. Holy heck, I'm the best. Am I feeling myself today? Kind of. I mean, I kind of had a good... I had a good, like, brunch. Breakfast and lunch, right? And, I mean, sure, it costs quite a bit, but it tastes good. It tastes really nice, actually. Alright, let me capture this one real quick. Give me a second. Because now it's not playing anything. No sound. So this one, boom. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's filter, I think. Yeah, there is. Okay. And then boom. There we go. Okay, we good. So this is the settings that runs really well before, or like 2 days ago. I'm gonna keep it at this. Yeah. I didn't play this game for a whole day. That's crazy. Okay, no minigun for me, thank you very much. Should I try this? Quad cylinder? I should just play shotgun, honestly. Play shotgun, get some leverage, right? The first bullet in your magazine has 100% accuracy and shoots further away. It's not bad. I kinda like it. Increase damage and fire rate the faster you are. Sure. I'm pretty sure I don't need fire rate for shotgun. Shotgun, I don't know why it shoots that fast, but apparently it does shoot very fast, so I'm gonna try unlocking lever edge, and also I don't think I can use boomerang if I'm using shotgun, so I might have to go back to... Should I try bow? Fires bargain bin arrows with a quick draw. Bend it like a mini drop an explosive banger. Does this mean that it's gonna explode when I shoot arrows? You do have explosive rounds. You have ammo bags, so you have limited ammo. I want to give bow a try actually. The thing with bow is I'm afraid because what if I'm like charging my bow and then I got destroyed in during mid-charge? Also, last time we figured out that Mino, a Cactus Mino plus Lightning Strike is super duper good. Yeah, it does that. Essentially, it's a nuke. So both with short cooldown, that's how you know it's good stuff, right? So we're gonna still keep on doing very hard because I feel like I can do that. I don't think I can do Nightmare? Yeah, no. I haven't found the train wreck here yet, I think. We start here. Need to find the train wreck. I feel like the game's a little bit soft, no? Is it? I think it's just this part is very soft. It's okay, we start mission and see. Okay, yeah, no. One easy, 6 normal, 5 hard, 5 very hard. Kobo is good. Oh, the sound's gone again. Oh, this is good. This is... Oh, there's a fragment thing. So if I don't be a bumsh and lose this one, I should be able to get lever edge next round. Here we go. Already? Imagine if I start in a trap. I think that'll be kind of funny. Bow. I don't know about bow. I'm a little bit scared now. Bow is so hard though. Hi, malicious McPine. I can destroy these things? Oh shit. Alright, I'm gonna fight. Pretty good. How do you play bow in a game like this? Like, genuine question. I don't think I can ever play bow like this. Oh wait, lightning plus Mino is so good. It's gonna carry me now. Oh my goodness. Ow. Ooh. Oh my god. Snake. Hi, Breton. Hi, Dragon. Oh shit. Oh god. Ooh. The ego noises. Oh, Bright Talk Dragon is doing good. Oh. I think that's a side objective. Yeah, it is. It's nice to see Dragon. Snake. Snake. That's pretty good. Still left that ego. The fish. I don't know, it's just so adorable though. I cannot do bow. I think I'm no, I'm too frantic to use bow. Hi, Akon. Put heckin put. Hope Akon's doing good. Morning. Hey. Is it that one? I love double jump. I kinda want to fight a horde. I see it. No wonder there's like constant enemy. That wasn't too bad. Oh. The cactus plus lightning strike is so good though, my goodness. And then the short cooldown is like wham bam wham. And then lingering damage as well, that's like oh, it's so good for like crowd control. I already did everything here. We can do the objective and then go there. Snake. Oh, you can. unique. Come here, bitch. Okay, no. Unless. That should kill. Yeah, it did. Oh. Oh my god, it's so lucky. I don't know what. Is it that stream? OBS disconnected for a little bit. No way! I just changed the router and everything. Come on. Hi, Sol. I cannot believe it. Alright, we should be back anyway, right? Yeah, we should be back. Eat kobo while stream that? No, you cannot eat kobo while stream that because kobo doesn't exist when stream dead. Hope Sola is doing good. Alright, here we go. So good. Nobody knows good and eat kobo. No, this kobo doesn't want to be eaten. I like to stay in mall though. It's amazing. Alright. Some here. Get rid of that one real quick. Are you stuck? Two health. Right, now we can do the totem. If not wait, why so tasty? Helps that skeleton. I'm stuck, free me. They're stuck, there's nothing I can do. Alright, let's do it. There's no button. I kind of have to wait for the cooldown. Alright, let's do it. I just whiff. That was very short, and I almost died. Oh! Being some nice joker here. Very, very nice. Use the valves to stabilize the pressure. Increase the pressure by 5. Lower the pressure. I need to lower everything? No? Oh! Okay. I mean, the more middle, the better, right? Yeah. Look pretty in Chinatown while it does the actual while it does the actual work. Oh my god, it's diabolical. Shit. Okay. This one? Is it lower? Okay, red and lower. Oh my god, there's so much cannon. Wait. Decrease. Too low? Not stabilized. That's it. Sounds very low. Nice. Okay, now that we've done that, trader here. Do I need trader? Yeah, I do. Go there. I have some money. Oh, triple jump. I got extremely lucky. Nice. Actually got extremely lucky with the Mino plus Drain. The Cactus plus Drain just controlled everything. You don't rubber duck? Okay, fine. One more. Oh, there's a trader that's helping me as well. Damn. I was lucky. $36? It feels like it costs so much. Wasn't it supposed to be like 27 something? I guess they made it cost a little bit more? I don't know. This one's good. I want to fight again. Cheating so hard here. I don't even need to do much. I love it. I'm playing the game on easy mode. I got the big guy. That wasn't too bad. $72 gold. Feels like it costs so much. One more. Giant, you have big giant health, weapon damage and spell CDR. Gain health, weapon damage and spell cooldown reduction. I think that's what it's called. I even give spell cooldown reduction, but I don't like being giant though. It feels like I'm very easily hit. Let's do second win. Large build. No, I want to be small. I like the small. Lord, no. Better mute. No. Is there another one? Oh my god, this is gold everywhere. But large kobold is not kobold anymore. Well, still is, but I much prefer to be a small bird. Is there another nuke? Yeah, it is. Gold. You get back them. Just get small world after large boom and turn out normal. Then is I need to encounter a small card. Thanks for not shooting. Oh, snake. don't know why that was a little bit spicy. I'm also a squeaky boat now. Maybe I want to get a rubber duck. Alright, let's do this thing. Oh, it's 70 seconds now. Alright, here we go. Yeah, the lightning cactus is so good, it's crazy. 69 seconds, nice. I love a good old 69 still. I personally still believe in 69 superiority, yeah. Nice, we can buy the gun now. We can try out some other guns other than the shotgun. Who got nerfed, but still is pretty strong, so I'm not gonna complain about it too much now. Okay, one more side mission here. I see money, I need... Whoa, what was that turn? So it leaves like an acid puddle? Puddle? I love the drinking noises. Hi, Zri. Hi, weird friend. Weird. Welcome. Can I try it again? No. No. Fight the storm? I wanna fight the storm. I want money. Bow is so difficult. What, snake? Oh my god, I went straight into it. Lightning. Brian. Hi Brian. How goes the Haidilao? Gosh, Haidilao is too high class of a hot pot. Haidilao is so expensive, it's crazy. But I personally never went to Haidilao before. I always got intimidated by how costly they are. What if Kilkers were real? Oh look, there's one on screen. What? It's reconfirmed. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry tears of joy. I cannot believe it. It's real. They're real. Oh my god. Oh, Brian is doing it. No, don't take that one. Money. That looks like yeah, that's a nuke. They have alt shows too. Really? They are real freaking cute and actually adorable too. Trust me, an expert. Oh, wow. Well, I do trust Brian a lot, so yeah. Backstab. Ooh, what a shot. And honestly though, chat, sometimes I want to get some like dresses that I want to wear, but I'm so chunky that I don't even know what dress to wear that would look remotely like look even a little bit good on me. Oh. Oh, that works. Whoa. No chance. Here we go. 2 sniper squads? Oh wait, that's mine. No. Oh, we survived that. They have dresses for big girls? Oh. Yeah, they do. I just don't know. Like, I'm sure there are like many different kinds of dresses out there, right? But I'm just not like an expert in. Well, not like expert, but I don't even know what kind of like clothing that I can get. Oh, sorry, Schnick. Yeah, the banjo is so good. I love this game's music. You survive? Heck yeah. The kobo's surviving. Oh, nice. Okay, that should be all the... Oh my god, the boss is in the danger zone? I don't like it, but not much I can do then. Oh my shit. There we go. Some leftovers. Almost died there, that was so scary. Something's there? Oh yeah, I know what that is. Let me do this one first. Oh, nice! Oh, I thought it's a totem. Here they come. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Well, that was very intensive for a PC, but we survived. I love shotgun. It's so good. Oh. Oh, I think the bow hurt because of clutch.
How can tell if a tree is a dogwood tree? By its bark.
That's a dad joke, right? I'm gonna cry. Hi, Selic. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I should trigger this, yeah, just in case. You don't follow them. Reloading now wastes unused ammo. I mean, it's impossible for shotgun, so this is just free. And my bow is not reloading, so that's just free plus 30% weapon damage. What am I fighting against? Big red button? Oh my god. Got him. Necromancer? Okay, Necromancer is not that bad actually. That took a while. I don't think I have any time to like take everything. Yeah, here they come. Just gonna take this one real quick. Alright, where's the extraction? Here we go. Take it. I can pin down the crowd a little bit before calling for the train. Because every time the train calling is like so scary. Two in the middle. Okay, I don't think I can pin the crowd when there's like 10,000 enemies that keep spawning. And it's just called go 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 go. Hopefully I could just hide behind something and not get shot. Go, 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 go. Okay, and shotgun makes the game a lot easier. I love it. I love shotgun. Oh my god. I guess if I were to use a lever edge, I have to change it to boomerang, right? I need some like good area damage. Oh my god, it's a low level for shotgun. How much damage? 25k on shotgun. That's insane. Yeah, shotgun's really fucking good. Wait, chat. If there's going to be like endless spawning monster going on, then what if I just keep killing the monster until there's like no bullets left, and then I just leave without dying, of course? Isn't it going to be like a lot of levels? Shit! I found a cheat, I think. Insert evil laugh. Right, what's this? I'm gonna try this lever X, right? It feels like the first gun. Oh wait, this is a shotgun too. Pinpoint accuracy forever? Oh, reload takes 1000 years though. I can keep bonking my gun. I mean, pinpoint accuracy forever feels really good, no? I think that feels really good, but I don't think it's any piercing ability. Because if it pierces, then that's a little bit too strong, I feel like. We do boomerang. Yeah, ricochet. Yeah, if I can get ricochet for like ricochet for leverage, isn't that too good? the bullet is just gonna go bonk everywhere. Consecutive shot without missing grant plus 5% damage, taking up to plus 50% damage. Oh, instant reload 2 bullets from your reserve ammo on kill. Shit. Reload is the biggest enemy of leverage. This one just negates it. I mean, sure, if it kills. I guess I can give it a try with boomerang. On very hard still, I think. Boing, instantly jump to escape your enemies. Does it do like a lightning damage while I do the boing? It does. Defensive spell? Does it trigger still? It does, but it doesn't do the explosion anymore. Like it just changes this cactus to lightning and that's it. I mean, I don't need boing. My normal jump is the boing already. Alright, let's change it back to strikes. This too is so good. Plus the drain sometimes just like controls everyone. It's so good. Voodoo 33, Cactus Decoyo. Summon a dancing cactus that lures enemies before exploding. Summon cactus spikes that damage and slow enemies on contact. 40 seconds. Oh, it's Sorrow. Thank you for the learn. Oh shit. I will drink. Thank you, Sorrow. Yeah, Mino plus Strike is still like the best combo, I think. Best combo as in like short cooldown, easy crowd control. And one heal. Yeah, I can definitely upgrade more on Boomerang and try leverage. I mean, Shotgun is strong, right? Gamba for 250 soul. Yeah, it's Gamba. Oh shit! Oh. Am I playing Counter-Strike? Oh my god. They updated the visual. No. Do it again. Yo! A game plus 1 HP for each active Joker, including weapons. Was thinking that. Hi, Metal. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good, Metal. I'm opening up loot boxes now, apparently. Now that I have a lot of money, might as well just like spend them on these. Oh. Feature out forever though. Alright, let's try a new gun. Ni howdy, heck yeah. I mean, I'm childless. It has to be ni howdy. I mean, been streaming at DJ hours for me, so yeah, sleep most of the day now. So streaming at night time and then EP on morning? I mean, if you're feeling comfortable with that, then hell yeah. Cutie pootie? Oh. Oh my god. I still haven't found the train wreck. What the heck? Let's go to payload. I don't think I've done that yet. I kill the turtle? No. It's just you picked it up and then you put it back. What's the turtle doing in the pond? It's a pet. How do I find the train wreck? That's even worse. Oh shit! Oh shit! No, you just pick it up and then you put it back, right? You're not like taking it. No, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe this time I need to focus on finding the train wreck. I went to someone's little pond and caught their pet turtle with a fishing line. No fishing line involved. That's too painful. You saw the fishing line throwing? No, that's just, yeah, that's an illusion. You just picked it up. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh. I'm gonna try again. This time let's try to find a train wreck, huh? I guess I have to go to every corner of the map to find it. I already found one in area 41, and then now it's just the far west map left. I need to unlock new maps. Util-tail? That's a valid way to fish. Alright, high chance that I'm gonna lose, but it's fine. I'm using a new gun, right? I'm playing on very hard. I'll pretend to be surprised when you mess up. There's no need to aim anymore. Like the shooting is gonna, it's always like too accurate every shot. Am I blind? Okay, pinpoint accuracy is too hard for me. I mean, it's really good, but I couldn't aim. Yeah, we do this one first and then we go down. Or maybe we just go down immediately and do these things. I guess we can start the storm first and try to see how it feels like. Can I? There you go. Holy difficult. Yeah, no. Oh my god. I feel like lever edge might be a little bit too hard for me. Should I just stick with shotgun and then it's good enough? Because oh, holy heck, is it hard to aim? I mean, it's really fucking good, but a situation like this is good. When there's a horde going on, I mean, I guess you just spam it and hope for the best. Money. More money. Oh no, I couldn't. This is a danger zone. Shit. We did it. What do you mean there's two snipers? Oh, nah. The crowd control capability is too weak. I guess it's good when there's multiplayer and then there's like more people to tank for you, or like you can like try to take a shot. You can try to take more shots, you know, without being chased constantly. I don't know, right? I don't know. It can be good, I think, but it's let's just track everything and get everything. I never won this. Can you have explosion? You might be good. I mean, minigun is good with the explosion, but minigun just hurts my hand. Let's try this one then. I mean, I don't want to just keep playing shotgun. Even though it's fun, and I love shotgun, but like, I want to change it out a little bit sometimes. When aiming your shots at perfect accuracy, every 20 bullets fired, shoot 5 homing bullets at nearby enemies. Ooh. With Speedster, this one might be good. This should be good. I'm doing the spray and pray strat. Yeah, let's go for the basic gun, like the basic choice, why not? Boomerang doesn't do no damage somehow. There's no need for range because I have quad cylinder now, right? Right, let's try again. Necromancer, gas bomb. Never fight a vulture because it sucks. The vulture, last time I fought it, it keeps doing the shield, and then you have to like shoot the, you know, like the, oh my, what the hell is going on? What the hell is that? What the fuck? Should I be scared? That's not what I think it is, right? I mean, I'm inside my house. The fuck was that? Shit. Well, I don't know what that is, but I'm fine here. What if the train is here? I wonder if the train is like on randomly every time. I'm stuck behind. Spray and pray doesn't feel too bad. And then you have pinpoint accuracy. Should be good on paper, but to me it's like the most difficult thing ever. Oh. Sure. Become a squeaky bone? Hmm. I want to fight another horde. I messed up the timing. The spray and pray, when it's bad, it's really bad. I didn't even realize I'm out of bullet for my gun. Maybe I should roam around this danger zone and see if there's like any train wreck that I can find, hopefully. Oh, that's a teleport. Oh, not teleport, that's a beak jump. It feels like I can just survive with boomerang. Boomerang is like a lot slower, but it deals like multiple times damage, and it's easy to proc. It's easy to proc an explosion, honestly. So I feel like it's not bad, personally, anyway. But still, I want ammo. Thank you. Actually, just go do the secondary objective. Oh my god. Yeah, the explosion bullet is really good when it hits. I want to find as much storm as possible to get that XP up. I thought the game said there's like extra stun time for the sniper when they get shot. It looked like they were immediately taking aim again right after shooting, no, right after I stunned them. Yeah, it looks like they can just like... this is why I can use Iron Sight. That was extremely loud. How many of these things are there? I push on button. Ooh. I suddenly thought of something. If multiplayer, can people just like roam around the map freely without going with each other? So that they can do everything so like 3 times as fast if there's like 3 people. Would be kinda cool, honestly. Should we just look around these places? Like to find train wrecks and stuff. Oh, the blue is grave, or the grave I found. So if you follow the train tracks, am I gonna like find it here maybe? Nice. No, snake. Ooh. Three. Alright. At this time, I want to find as much storm as possible, so I'm gonna do just that. I guess it's kind of still about target selection. I think I should just use shotgun. I mean, using different gun is fun, but it's also really hard. Nice. No acid though. Guess I'll go like a... I'll go outline, like outside the map. Just to see if I can find like a... I guess my playstyle is only fitting for shotgun. Or at least like easiest for me to play shotgun. Golden. 50% chance not to consume ammo while standing still. A camper? I never seen this Joker before, okay. I don't think I can use that as much. How weird that it's so hard to find a train wreck. Imagine standing still. I don't think it's possible to stand still. Nice. Imagine standing still. Yeah, no. Duper. Nice, you. Kitty update. How was Loki? I hope everything went well. I'm listening. Surgery went well. Does not like cone. Oh. Well, I'm glad the surgery went well. Well, I guess Kitty not liking the cone is very normal, no? I'm so glad that the surgery went well. You know, I should just probably play shotgun and increase the prestige of shotgun until like it's 15 or something. Pictures sent? Aww. Oh, Kitty. Can I share the picture with the strum? Oh, Kitty is so cute though. Oh my god. Yeah? Okay, okay. Oh. Oh. It's so cute, but it looks so sad. I mean, they just went through surgery, so that's normal. Oh. Love the kitty though. Oh. Oh, kitty. Okay. Love the kitty. Let's do more stolen fights? Yeah. Shooting while standing still gives me so much anxiety, holy shit. I was like, oh no, no, fuck, oh fuck. I missed it. 153612. Here we go. Okay, that's one bell. I need to find 3 bells in one go? I mean, it's possible. It's probably gonna take me hours, but... might as well. I'm finding the train anyway. Or maybe the church is nearby, so the bells are nearby as well? That could be it. Let me check. There's a bell on the church. I assume that one is like the recovered one, no? Maybe I can go there and see them. I wanna see if like over there is like another bell. Hi Zeus. Oh, this one's just under the grave. Don't be Duke. Oh my god, it was going to make a wish for me, wasn't it? Hi. Oh my god, this game. I have to save the bullet for a sniper. Explosion. Nice, this one is really good. They like using shields. I like to go up close and personal. Heck yeah. Yeah, I need 3 bells. We found one, but we need 2 more. And it has to be all in one go, in one stage. If I leave, then it resets. So that's really tough. I guess it's time to roam around the map. I should just practice my boomerang. Here we go. Sorry. That wasn't too bad. Is it marked on your map? Not to my knowledge, no. Yeah, it's not. Oh. Looked it up. Apparently there are set locations. Oh, thank you guys much. Because it feels like they spawn in a very specific spot, but I just don't know how or where to look for them. $10,000 enemies incoming? Yeah. My PC's dying. I could tell you if you want. It's okay. So if I stand still now, am I not gonna use any more ammo? Friendly? just not using ammo at all now. Are they not inside my crosshair? Thank you. Oh, this one's good. Nice. Nice. That's so good for boomerang. Nice. Although, I don't think boomerang can hit weak spots. I might be wrong though. Love the nuke. Mega explosion. Yeah, bouncing ball for boomerang is really good. Considering how I use boomerang, yeah, it's really good. I think bouncy ball is just good for my playstyle. If I just keep doing this, yeah. What do we have? Us?
Can I bounce on your balls?
Oh.
Palmer Licky.
I don't know. Okay, we plus up Z slash plus up Z slash slash L up Don't know. Simple enough. But what if Kobo doesn't have bones? Kobo has slit. Oh. What? How did I stand up there? Oh my god, I jumped over it and I cannot believe it. The jump is kind of like finicky. Oh. Need to remember that I can hide from sniper shots. It's sniper shot. I found it! Oh shit! Nice! And Kobo is the best? Oh, wow. Guess we fight first. Heals you for 2 HP, but max HP is reduced by 30%. No. I don't want. Wait. My head hurts today. Fuck. Maybe I need some coffee? It sounds really good. What sounds really good again? Oh, you mean the life pact? But yeah, during boss fights it's just detrimental because there's nothing I can kill, or not a lot that I can kill. The game is mostly enemy spam? Yeah, it is. During boss fights though, not as much. It's not all on top of like a little hill. It could be anywhere. Fuck, okay. Again. Oh, that's pretty easy actually. Alright, we need one more. At this point, I'm not too sure where it could be. Pretty sure I've been to this danger zone before already. Man. Uh-oh. Boomerang gonna hit this thing. Not really seeing purple anywhere. Can I see your map? Yeah. I mean, the blue ones are great. I don't know what these ones are. Confused kobo noises. Maps are unreal. Am I cooking or am I being cooked? I feel like I'm being cooked. Let's fight the storm. So clutch doesn't work on... Yeah, clutch doesn't work on boomerang. I thought that's gonna count as like a last two bullet. Let's go find a wandering trader. Maybe the trader knows something that I don't. No. Yeah, let's fight this. I'm gonna fight as much storm as possible. Maybe my boomerang can like get to level 101 in one stage. Wow, okay, yeah, no, boomerang is really fucking good. Nice. Nice. Speedy Gonzalez. I want to play Dota, but I don't know if I stream it. I don't know if people care to watch me play it. It's hard to say about like these kind of things, right? If people care to watch you play it or something like that. I mean, I don't know, because to me personally, it's like I play the game for my own enjoyment. Joining the party. Small troll constantly spawn and target a random player. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh man, I mean, I'm the only player. Anyway, when I stream, I play the game to enjoy playing the game. Without actually like thinking that if people care about watching me play it. I don't know if people care to watch me play Far Far West or any game still for that matter. But all I know is that I'm streaming for the sake of me feeling good, I guess. It's kind of a selfish way of thinking, but it's just kind of how I do it. I could check my current... Oh, that's a lot more people than I thought. But still, my point still stands, right? So sometimes I play Bomberman, sometimes I play this, sometimes I play that, I play Hecckin. Whatever games I feel like playing, I'll just play them for the sake of my own enjoyment, honestly. Yeah, fuck. So if you ask me, I would say, hey, if you can stream it if you want. But if you don't feel like it, you know, the forcing yourself to stream is also like a bad thing to do. If you're streaming and playing a game, you're playing it for your own fun, that's good too. Yeah. Back then when I first started streaming, I only decided to like just play Tekken 7. Because I was too much of a Tekken head. But then my reason of streaming is like I want to let people know about me playing Tekken, and then I thought I was good at it, but then I was like not. And then eventually my perspective kind of changed with how I want to stream. I just kind of want to like show people what I'm playing. Glass cannon? Glass cannon? Ooh. Sure. Sure. Is it the purple? Wait, I think I saw purple. Although my advice might not be the best, but it's kind of how I look at streaming in general. Oh my god, purple! We found it! Oh my god, finally! I already forgot. Ow, 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 ow. forgot. Ooh. What the hell? Why can I not remember? 5246 524613 Shoot it. You are kidding. It's okay. Nice, we got all the bells. I don't remember where the church is. I should have taken note. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm dying. What the hell? Why do they hurt so much? What the? Hey, free? Glass cannon is truly something else. Can I buy one more? One more. Giant? Your big gain health, weapon damage, and spell cooldown. But I'm gonna get hit so easily if I'm big. No? I feel like I'm gonna get hit so much if I'm big. This one sucked though. This one is okay. I'll give it a try. 108? Fine. 5% chances for weak spot hits to summon a healing ghost spell. That's really good. I think. Oh, I'm a giant now. Kobo big. I'm a lurgable. And Solar's dream come true. Oh my god, that hurt. Ah, nice weapon. Let's go, my minions. Hell yeah. even see that. 87. Do it again. Shit. Shit. Do it again. You can drop jokers, by the way. There's no need. I have a lot of good jokers. Hi, Sarah. Oh, nice. And the hecckin? Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Getting a bunch of Chad. Maybe I can buy one more joker? Just one more. One. You have a bit of counter synergy with gravity and airborne damage. I'm still airborne. I just have to jump a little bit more frequently. I feel like that one is not too big of a problem. The gravity one gives me... Oh my god, I'm a giant. I cannot... No way, I'm too big. I cannot believe it, the kobo is too big. Keep. Headbang, extra jump. Extra jump? Extra jump. Let's do the objective first. It's been 2 hours, I haven't done any objective yet. Way bigger than I thought. What the heck? Oh no, it's memory game. Boot bottle? Boot. Wow. I didn't know whatever this is requires so much boot. Okay, that was free. Poto chili boot. Almost forgot. Here we go. Alright, not too bad. Chili gear bottle. I guess wood chili? I can't hear them. Isn't so bad. Nice. I think the church is somewhere around here. I think it's here. Let me check. I remember they mentioned something about it's on top of the hill, and I saw myself being at almost like the edge of the map, I think. Have I never been to this? I've never been to this area. I don't know how I survived that. But I survived it, oh my god. There's no way I've not been here yet. Oh my god, my boomerang is doing crazy damage. What the heck? Still need to find that church. I mean, it's kind of a tall structure, so it should be fine. Yeah, I think it's somewhere around here. This is not it, right? Is that it? No, I think that's just a tree. If I can see it, it should be like a... I should see purple? I find that place should be easy to find. I don't see it. Looking at this. Pretty sure I've been to this danger zone. Feels like the church should be like somewhere higher. Oh my god, I'm actually stupid. I don't know where it is. Why is the camera so close? I mean, it should be obvious. It's like the tall building with like a purple church bell on top. And I'm pretty sure doing that is gonna unlock some sort of like poker. What? even more shiny now. It's so shiny, oh my god. Why is the camera so close to the horse and what's going on? Man, where could the church be? Hi, Peter. Hi, Dragon. How's the kobo? The kobo is feeling pretty alright today. Albeit, don't know why I have a bit of a headache here, but yeah, it should be fine. Oh, that's the life pack thingy. And now I couldn't find the church. I just want to complete the quest, man. How do you not know? How do you not know where the church is? I mean, I saw it once, and it's just that once. And then I can never see it again. Am I blind? Shit, I could be blind. Gosh, I need to stand up for a bit. Oof. Oof. I've been here for like 24 hours, I think. Nah, that's a joke, but still, like, I just couldn't find the church. I mean, I already did the 3 bells. That's why I'm so keen on finding the church. Purple? Purple? Oh yeah, that's the purple. Yeah, it's by one of the bells, but it doesn't help that much because I don't remember where the bells are. If the bell shows where... If the bell shows on the map, then it should help a lot. All I can think of is it could be somewhere around here. Or here, actually. Around here, I don't know. But I also don't want to just tunnel vision on one place because I might be wrong. I did drink water. Just fight this. able to focus. I did drink water. I drink water. I drank the water. I did. Am I muted? I shouldn't be. Hold up, I missed that. It's just... What? What? I can change it with my own shot. What? Oh my god, okay. If my boomerang did not get to level 100 after this stage, I call scam. Pretty sure if I go around the outer area of the map, I should be able to find them. Or following train tracks. Why is the camera angle so weird? Like I cannot see anything. Oh my god. I think the game didn't expect anyone to like spend about 69 hours in a stage, huh? In a desert more water. Fair enough. Well, water is good. Oh my god, I found it. Fuck. You found all the pieces? Can't you just make it whole again? Sure. Nice. Fuck, finally. Okay, we can do the boss now. Turns out I was off the mark. It's not here. We did the train wreck, we did the church bell. I can only hope that I don't die here. Whatever are we fighting? I don't remember. Just fight it, it's fine. I think I have some lifesteal for boomerang, I think, if I remember correctly. Right, here we go. Oh, shit. What? Vanessa, okay. prey. Yeah, I don't need to do that. Hey, let's go. Let's go extract. Whatever it is, I cannot die now. I'm just gonna go as fast as I can. And not when there's so many things going on. I'm sitting up. I could have just like lazy seat. I cannot sit lazily. I need to lock in. I cannot die. Call the train. Call. Get up. fuck in. I'm already in. Okay. We didn't lose anything. Fuck. Okay. Wow. My hands are cold. Oh my god. 14k damage on the boomerang. Oh, Quad Cinder still do more. Even though I've been using boomerang for like the majority of the game. But then again, boomerang is just such a solid choice, I feel like. Nice, we can upgrade our boomerang. Let's just stick with shotgun, it's fine. Holy shit. Elect spell, take it. Bell shot Joker. Complete secret mission on the file. Oh, it's a secret mission? Oh, it's so secret that it took me 10 hours to do it. Okay, maybe not that much, but still. Aiming burst Joker. Money? Far north, new map. Lingering throw Joker. Oh, it's a boomerang one. Chonky throw. Level 40? Yo, okay. I got 2 unique Jokers for the boomerang already. Boomerang is twice as big. Double the lingering time combined with lingering time upgrade. Lingering time... I need one more slot. So does it linger there for a long time? Oh shit. Okay, that's extremely dangerous though. If I whiff, I'm dead. If it hits, it does 10,000 damage though. $11 times? Maybe not the lingering time. I feel like it's a little bit too spicy. Because if I whiff once, I'm dead. So... I don't think I have that confidence to use the double lingering time. We can do Chonky Throw instead. A more safer option, no? I guess I can have some lingering time. No, just get range. Yeah. Oh, I need one more. Kinda surprised I only got 2. Spawn out 2 portals that teleport players and duplicate spell projectiles. Oh, only spell projectiles? So, portal? And then another portal. Oh shit. A duplicate projectile. Oh, that's what it means. You have to go through the portal so that it will summon like not the lightning but Mino. Oh my god, this is insane. Oh, that's fair. That's not as insane though. Nah. I still want heal. Summon a door that grants invincibility and high speed to allies within its dome. For how long? Not that long actually. I'd rather heal. Because it's like, the downtime is way too much. It's really strong, but it's like 110 seconds. Trying out some new cactus spells. So going through the portal will reset my dash as well. Never tried finger guns before. Feels alright. I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't go through shields. That one just feels alright. And Kobo is pretty eepy today. Maybe it's the weather is really nice. There's no sun, it's cloudy, it's nice. And Kobo likes it. Oh. Nice, we won that gold prospector. And then Soul Reaper. Good enough, right? Good enough. Gun-wise, I'll stick with shotgun and boomerang then. Yeah, I'll stick with shotgun and boomerang. Hell yeah. Max lifesteal. Max damage. Range. How different does this feel? Ow. I think this is fine. Okay, only spell projectiles. That's fair. If it duplicates shotgun, shit's gonna be broken. So, right, this is the loadout. I'm gonna stick with this loadout for now. Let's do Kempa. Oh. Again. This game sucks. Again. Ooh. Okay. There was 16%. Can I get a legendary somehow? Oh, no way. Ask and you shall receive. I see. I drink. And spells with base cooldown 35 seconds or less have 20% reduced cooldown. What? I would need one more. 84. I need that extra jump and then this hit me. Because I can heal in between like fighting. New map. Trackman's questline. This one... We did the train wreck, there's no questline. Woodlands, nothing. So let's do Trackman's questline. On far north map. And then not available yet for Hellfire. Saloon. I want to fire laser cannon. Right, let's do our first far north map. Bah. Oh, is it gonna be cold? Oh, I mean, it is far north. That would make sense. I didn't even think about that. Should be fine, I think. Oh, the music is gone and everything. Well, there goes my PC, I think. Oh. Ooh. There we go. Oh my god, wait, this makes me actually cannot look at things. Shotgun is actually sniper. Nice. I should deal with this danger zone first. I feel like this map is making my PC like explode, and it's kind of scary, honestly. I don't know how I feel about this map. I mean, snow pretty, but fucking shit. My PC's dying. My PC is actually just like straight up dying. You can easily build up speed in ice. That's so good. No. my god, I love this map. Keep the pressure from leaking? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, wait, this one's tough because of that one. Fixing a rusty pipe, tragic. What is this? Oh my god. Everything is fine. Control center. Localized target. Oh, that was loud. Oh, that's so loud. Dang. Blue circle, red square, blue circle, green triangle. Press button color. No? Okay. Green triangle, red square, blue circle, red square. Okay, so I have to press according to the word. So blue circle, red square, blue circle, green triangle, blue circle, red square, green triangle, red square. Nice. Oh, nice. I'm gonna fire it. Oh my goodness. Oh. Damn, I got pushed away. Nice. Oh, the sanctuary is gone? Look at you pretending to be competent for 5 seconds. Hey, 5 seconds is 5 seconds, I'll take it. Ooh, this train. This Joker on top of that train. Do you think with my speed I can chase it down? I highly doubt it, but... Oh, it's stinky. More double money, let's go. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I got onto it. Oh my god. There we go. Wait a minute. Oh, thank you, lifesteal. All the green batteries at the same time? Yeah, this is not for solo. Oh, so the train goes around here. Ah. The fuck? Oh my god, it's a train. Glass cannon for free. Alright, let's go. A Joker? Oh, it's not even a Joker, it's a fragment. Somehow something killed a thief? From here? Oh my god. Oh my god, I am speed. Oh my god, I am speed. Well, shotgun is sniper actually, holy shit. Wow, that was plain blank sniper? There's the boldest sniper ever. Feels like something that I would do. Gonna go, getting the sleepy, have a good night. Oh, of course. Have a good evening, Sonic. Thanks for hanging around. /L/10. I mean, okay. L plus tail plus. That's tail now. Is it? Tail. Up. L. Up. Green. Ooh. Too far. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, there's a loop. Run, 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 run. Fair enough. Oh, nice. Heck on. Glass cannon is a little bit spicy. I mean, sure, I'm doing a little damage, but it's kind of spicy. I feel like I can only take a few hits and then I'm almost dead most of the time. It's kind of scary, honestly. I've been watching the Market loop the region. Oh, the train has a name. He was the official postal train before this place became a wasteland, but nobody ever told him to stop delivering. The crashes we investigated, not accidents, clues. He was calling out to us and trying to guide us here so we could help him finish the job. I tracked this route all the way back to the central post office. We need to find everything. Lost mail, old routes, hidden registries. Scour the area. Yep. Hi, Raven. The cat? I got a pickle. Hi, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Realign the mirrors to find old mailbags. I don't get this mirrors at all. Just follow me. I'm sure you figure it out. And that's it. Just a laser shooting off to who knows where. This is the toughest clue I've run into yet, but we have to crack it. Just follow the laser, I guess? Kobo pulled. Heck yeah, I'm a couple. I love being a bull. Welcome, hope you're doing good. No. Shotgun is a sniper. You're being a cute bean of cobbled shape? Wow. I guess I could be. Shotgun's a sniper? I mean, you saw what it did. In game, shotguns are depicted as almost melee weapons. Not this one, apparently. This game's shotgun is good. Like in, like, Doom games. Like, super shotgun can shoot somewhere from around, like, I don't know, far away. In real life, shotguns are very accurate at range. That's what I'm talking about, right? I mean, you're technically not wrong if you slap a proper scope and use slugs as ammo. Slugs? What am I doing here? Oh. Gonna be this one not to kill. Look at the buttons and see what you saw. What did I see? Don't I need to like align to something? So I need to go check first. I am mine. Machine gun? Sure. A machine shotgun? I'm sure. It's good. In some cases, shotgun can be used in some kind of machine guns. Oh, my monitor is too small. Wait. Look at the buttons. Slugs, as in shotgun bullets. Slugs. Aren't slugs like, you know, something like rainbow slug cat? It's the buckshot. Look at the buttons and see what you saw. In some cases, it's like a machine gun. You missed the visual at the buttons. Purple automatic shotgun like 812. It's 3 main type of shotgun shells. I think I've seen some of them in Project Silverfish, no? Both metal. Yeah. A visual of what? Look at the buttons you dropped in. Look. Step back a bit. Big yikes. Huh? Look at what you can see with the buttons still inside. What? What am I supposed to look at other than the buttons? I'm gonna go to the front and see. Where's the light? Why do you turn so much? Okay, Discord. Oh, now I feel stupid. I guess that's normal, me feeling stupid. Is it here? Is it like somewhere that I can look at other than the buttons? Let me... Let me go in front and check. The quest says there, but I'm pretty sure I just need to align the light into something else now? Maybe further? There's no... There's no more of that thing. No clue in the train. to this thing. Quest says this thing. There's no more this in front? What'd I do? What's over there? What's over there? I did it? I don't know what I did. I guess I just keep pressing right. Go into that one? So if I keep pressing... Don't stop, we're gonna be close. Okay, I'll just keep going. I'll keep pressing right. I mean, if it works, it works. Sent on Discord. Food bank? No, it turns too much. It was a shiny now? A shiny what now? That shiny? Isn't that just a spotlight, like trying to light up the place? But apparently I have to shoot it there? That's unintuitive. After you solved it, you better put that solved with the biggest quotation mark because I have no idea what I was doing. the biggest quotation mark on solve. So now I have to find shiny. Oh. That should be, yeah. Morning? Oh my god, morning, Prekan. Morning, Pretak. This is a weird quest. Just woke up from my good nap. I'm glad you had a good nap. Heck yeah. That can scare me a little bit. Okay, I see it. I should just turn left. Oh, holy smokes, they're actually pulling it off. Oh my god, my PC did. That one? That was a crazy place. Right, shiny. Shiny. Oh, it's a weird place. Oh, okay. This quest is so boring. Fuck. Why would you prolong this so much? For what reason? And before it's a circle, it very might well be. I want to find a storm. I'm bored to tears. That felt good. Laser is going to blast this rock and will understand everything. What rock again? So many letters, so much to sort through. That's it? Oh, damn, okay. No, one ran away. Your circle? I mean, Solo is right though. Your circle and a bomb. Yeah, we can do this one. Ow, my ears. It wasn't too bad. Oh. Oh my god, it's Stefan's home. We're gonna look at Stephenson. We got the Stephenson egg. What is that? Egg. That was a little spicy. No. Weakling is bad for shotgun. Like, I cannot even reliably hit weak spots. So that one's gonna be detrimental to me. Oh, for me anyway. Guess we fight boss and then we extract. Try my nest, I guess. I love to stay in my nest. I will be the bad influence of dragon and be like, hippie is good. Bad is good. You don't need to crawl off your nest. I'm the evil bold who tells dragons or anything to make the bad choice. Or a good choice, depending on how you look at it. Hope Celeste is doing good though. Oh my god. My drink has been denied. Ooh, I never had that problem before. The bird just sort of blends into the background. The music slaps? Yeah, the music slaps big time. It's what makes me want to play this game even more. The music can easily really get me into a game. Alright, here we go. I can get the ghost building. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna read after. Oh! First grave. Okay, very cool. Or still use your shield. A bunch of pussy. Come here. Oh. I'm dying. No, I'm not. I'm so good. Good morning, champ. Oh my god, the extraction is so far. That was some bullet. I kinda want to farm a little bit here. T-pose on them. Right, we good. Oh, chip is doing it. Oh. Oh my god, this is done. I can hit it. I've never heard this music this much. This is so cool. Maybe it's a good idea to do this as well. Oh, there's a glowing monster. Oh my god, there's a gold here. Alright, I think it's time to call the train. Getting a little bit spicy. Here we go. I should have called the train first. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. My big shots aren't there. Oh my god, damage. That shotgun is so good. It's the train! Okay, we can... I think we can farm a little bit here. Just be careful and don't die. I feel like it's a good idea. I'm a little scared, but okay. Yeah, I'm a bit too scared. I'm broken. Oh, the music is such a banger though. I'm so glad I get to do that. Just woke up Saitama by not dying. Oh, I mean, not dying is a first step of being nice. Oh, being good. Kobo is doing well though. I'm doing pretty okay, other than this like weird. Oh my god, it's a Lego. Weird headache that I'm feeling today, and a very subtle hint of like wanting to vomit, but it's like so subtle, right? It's super duper subtle. Like I almost feel like it doesn't make me feel bad. It makes me feel a little bit. It makes me feel a little bit annoyed. You know when you get that mild feeling of something wants to come out. I don't know how to explain that, but it's something like that. That's why I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna keep playing. It's kind of like, it's not that big of a problem, I would say. I'm a menace. Oh, not even one? Somebody pet the couple's headache away. Yeah, that would be nice. I love pet. I should be able to unlock this one now. Yeah. Some of the menu is making my like PC dying. Oh. Level 33. 84 and 100. 100. Oh my god. So yeah, when I pull up the menu, the game goes batshit insane. Yeah, see? Everything just like starts to kill my PC for whatever reason. I don't know. Get that by? Yeah, I will. I'd love to do that. Wing hugs also help? Yeah. You know, if you're big enough and you have wings, you could definitely cover this kobo up, and it's like yeah. Yeah. I'm still thinking about the sandwich that I talked about yesterday on stream. You know, like a kobo in the middle, and then 2 dragons. That kind of sandwich. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. If big enough, you can launch Tyr into space. It's possible? Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm tiny. And if you have like mega strength, then yeah. Tyr space program. Okay. Oh, okay. I need water. Yeah. Trying to catch my breath here. Oh, in space now I can hear you yip. That's true. But I can still yip, kind of. Hanging a yip in space. And speaking of yip, Anyway, I'm glad the precious kobo is doing okay. Gonna like and wake up properly now. Having good waking up properly. That looks so cool actually. Every few months I have to relearn how to use Audacity and I'm mad. I haven't used Audacity in a long time. Usually I use Audacity to record my own voice and that's pretty much it. What? I can go around the entire map? Or not? Oh. What? Edit sounds? Hi Legs. I'm Legs. Wow. Eat Legs. Hi Dragon Colony. Moo. Oh my god, moo. The fuck was that? Oh. Oh my gosh, hecckin. This is the best game ever. No one told me that I can do that. Is this a new function? I don't remember I can pick up chickens at all. I remember trying it. Oh no. They have friends. Oh, I didn't think I can do that. Telluric? Grab the disc and place it on the gramophone. That's the main theme? Mother people leave. No, don't leave. It's okay. It's a classic. Mother Clucker is a classic. Oh hell yeah, I'm feeling it. I feel like I can hop. You literally clocked the poor hand in the face for no reason. You guys didn't see that, alright? It's fine. You know, too much time has been spent in the game where you know the main theme note by note. I just have this is a bit of a special ability of mine. When I love a music, I can really easily memorize them. Like very easily. I played this game for, according to Steam, 32.1 hours. Yeah. But honestly, if there's a music that I really like, I can just sort of like sing it out. It's no problem. Ling Ling 40 hours. Oh my god, I've been blessed by the mythical Ling Ling. Oh shit. Is it too loud? It is showing red on my OBS feedback. Oh, is that like turning up? Is that turning up? Oh, it is turning up. Oh. Boomerang is really fun. Oh, it's Tasani. Oh no. Unfortunate. Christmas 2025 disc? The sound of cinnamon laughter and friendship just moments before you venture into the storm to slap some scalies. The anthem of true heroes and proud gunslingers until they end up crawling and waiting for a refund. You can skip the second part, it's fine. Alright, this is the music for Gamba. Okay, this is not the music for Gamba. Someone's having fun revving the engine and like they rev the engine and then they do the burn rubber, you know, like the tire spin in place like that one. No, this song sucks. I take it back, this song is amazing, but still. Okay, this song sucks. Like, for real, for real. Dang. And Gamba's bad. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise, Gamba's bad. Cheapskate. Game plus 1 HP for every 20 gold in the mission inventory. Mission inventory plus 20? What? Gold tooth build real? Oh, hi. Oh my god, it looks so dumb. I love it. Right, this is your secret hiding place. No, they need to eat the sand. There we go. Look at it, it's eating the sand. No one would think to look for the goat on the roof. I know, right? I'm such a clever boat, it's crazy sometimes. I scare myself with the amount of intellect that I possess sometimes. Secret mission on the canyon map to unlock. Secret mission on the woodlands. Secret mission in the desert. For a while. Have a good luck, dragon. Why would gold not be on roof though? I don't know. I just washed my teeth because of a piece of... That's a jalapeno, right? Was stuck in them, but the spiciness of it still... Oh my god. Shit, that's gonna hurt. I washed you. No, I didn't say that. I just read your message. No, Jade's not washed. Like with soap, I think toothpaste works better. Who the fuck washes your teeth? Exactly. Did you actually use soap to wash your teeth? Oh my god, that's amazing. Holy shit, how can I never thought of that? That's like mega clean.
Excuse me, princess, but I must remind you that you are a good girl. Boo boo.
Oh my I'm stupid but not that stupid. I'm that stupid. I wanna try washing my teeth now. I feel like that's mega clean. Look at the little baby. And then look at the big baby. Maybe Jade's all of some unknown chat oral hygiene secrets. Yeah, Jade doesn't want to share. Can't believe it. I would like to play more, but I feel like it's a little bit. I feel a little bit like motion sick playing this too much. Check it. What's the time? It's 6:13. Ooh. Maybe I could end it here. It's taking too much of my what do you call it again? Focus. Yeah, it's taking too much of my focus, and now I like and 2 redeems in the 5 hours. Oh my god. And taken. No way. I didn't have my hecckin controller. Is it here? Oh wait, never mind, I found it. I saw the controller. It's on the ground. One more to make? That explains why only what? Why can I not read chat? Fucking my monitor is so small. Okay, how about this? There. It was a couple of seeds that launched themselves. Oh. It's not. What? How can the chili not be spicy? It's not neutral either. It's not a dying spicy, but you can still, yeah. Oh my god, I'm going to taste it. Yeah. Isn't that like a just straight up chili? And usually chili is like what, spicy? Jalapeno jelly will go bomb. Oh, bomb? I want it. I think it's time to chill. Sweet fruit preserve. It's a Western thing. Technically a berry. Why do I feel like jalapeno is everything? I've seen and tasted mint jelly. I'm really surprised if it were a thing. Oh, mint jelly sounds great though. I love mint. Mint good. It's like that cold feeling. Right. I think I'm gonna call it a day. 果酱？果酱的话，果酱 so like a jam of some sort? You're trying to make like a jalapeno jam? Like the jam that you used to put on bread? 果酱? Yeah? Oh. I mean, I guess. I guess? I don't know. I never had jalapeno before, so I can't tell. I don't even know what it can be made into. Reading point icon is bugged. Bugged how? It's a pepper. Peppers are berries. So jalapeno is just everything? Oh my goodness. I need more Counter-Strike money, but I don't have like I haven't gotten my case yet. I want to buy the Prison Escape Simulator. I want to dig things and find shiny things. A mobile has a green icon to claim points, but it's just bugged. So like you press it and then it goes red instead. Berries are fruit? Berries are berries? That's why it's a different classification. Can't bring it redeem list. Oh, I don't know. Would you want to like reopen the mobile app? Need to restart the app. That may happen sometimes. Yeah, I think restart is good enough. You don't need to reinstall. I feel like there might be a little bit too much work there. Don't leave. I'll probably stay here for a bit still. Oh, listen to this one. You're probably using the mobile app. I mean, mobile app sucks dick. That we all know, but sometimes when people don't have a choice, they have to use the mobile app. My condolences, but still. Web version. Oh, you can open up. You can. Oh, you can use Google. Oh, fuck Google. You can use Brave browser or whatever. And just open up Twitch. Yeah. Oh my god, Jade, huge brain. Fuck, I could never. I'm looking at who to rate actually. Oh my god, Bert. Volge. Yeah, Gertan is not Bert. Gertan Volge. Bert is Jade. What's this song? This is Super Bomberman 2 on SNES, the first stage. A careful flashbang. Yeah, Super Bomberman 2 music is extra funky. Like extra funky. Jade Bird. And then Gertan is Volch. We're getting Zeus special recorded. Oh, what's going on? The mobile isn't the best, but somehow I get less delay on my phone than on my PC desktop. I'm like, oh. I guess it works miraculously sometimes. I don't know. Let me show what I made. Just a second. I make recording. Okay. Ooh, we're getting Zeus special recording. Ooh. Fish a bomb? Oh, gonna have to uninstall click cache and then nothing works. Shit, that's weird. Why do I delay on my own stream for 20 seconds plus? What the hell? On my end? Oh, on my on my browser. I just showed that I fucking yeah. It's so hard to talk. 你知道刚才我的推上面不是哇，我不懂20多秒的时间哦，他他妈给我下载 show 我在 show 那个歌，刚才吓死了呢，没有理由的，真的是没有理由的吗？没有，明明是用同样的 line，同样的电脑，又不是 stream 给人家看，他妈怎么会有20秒的 delay？我都不明白啊，是不是？嗯，there you go. Sometimes she's gonna switch to your native language and everything will be fine. My required download. And squint and stare at Zeus. OBS outputs MKV. Oh, MKV is audio file still, right? So I can still open it. Another easy way to turn to MP4. Oh, it's a video? Oh, it's a video. Oh, shit. I guess I can, like... I mean, it's only because I can open it. I think VLC player should be able to open it. It's fine. I can download it. I don't mind. It's getting serious when Asians switch to their native language when trying to figure out something. Exactly, right? Oh, there we go. Let me download this. It's so funky. So, do I open it up and show on stream? Phone restart no work? Oh. I don't know, did you pray today? No, I never pray. I'm kind of an atheist. I don't really like go to temples or like go to like surau and go like pray and stuff. If it's not really a big thing, it's just what I was doing. There was a response to oh you have to excuse me, my brain doesn't work today. Wait, I can open up this one and then you guys cannot hear it, right? Because I'm not capturing. Yeah, I'm not capturing the voice, the noise of my PC now. Let me check. So if I open up this video, 8 seconds, it's not gonna like. Bad. You don't have to share. I mean, I see it now. It's the overlay stuff I was making. It's simple, but it's so good though. I'm gonna spam the bonk now. Wait, actually, I'm not gonna spoil it, so that next time we do stream, they have something to look forward to. And get the sound timing with the delay it should not be too hard to make it. Oh, why is this music so funky though? Holy shit. I want to listen to the other ones. Oh my god, I just took out the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. I originally plan was to get the pet redeem, but it's the one I didn't make. I would love to pet the cool dog. That's like so cool. Fixed. Had to log into website to fixed. Oh, nice. Good, 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 good. Heck yeah. I'm gonna. Oh, wait. Super Bomberman 2 OST extended. Alright, let me find another one. So, 1 hour looped. Which one is also really good? Oh, this one is pretty good too. Amusement Park. Hell yeah. Set up with stream. Want to get it set up with stream avatars? Oh, the sounds so I can troubleshoot. Hey, no problem. I mean, I'm just here vibing to the music. To despawn any dragons in the area. Eh? Kobo? You know what I found? I found the best thing in the universe. Is it 2 dragons? Oh my god. You found 2 dragons? Oh my goodness. I've never been this jealous in my entire life. Since they can climb on my head, they get banish if they're there when it happens. Oh, actually getting squished. Two dragons, hell nah. My day has been thoroughly ruined. I'd never been this betrayed. Ever. I feel pain. It's slug cats? Oh! Like the Rain World slug cats? In real life? Skunks are pretty cute. Skunks are pretty cute, right? Skunks are pretty cute. You can't even fish up skunks in my pond. It's there. You're just gonna really find it. This one's alright. Options. Ooh, battle theme? My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Exactly. Just noticed my big streak has reset. Oh. I mean, I guess it's Twitch. Twitch just decided to be like, oh, well, gone, boom, bye. You know, like, Twitch does that sometimes, and it fucking sucks. Not much I can do there, I'm sorry. Oh. Who else? Who else? Let me check. Let me check. Looking. Kara Door Zero? Second Tiara. Wait, no. What? Oh, they're playing Subnautica 2. That's a kobold. Subnautica 2 with LeBron or Space Scene. Oh. Hmm. We could also rate metal. Not we could rate metal. Yeah, we could totally rate metal. Oh, automated singing slughead. What? I just noticed. I just noticed the Discord. What the heck? Ooh, wait. I'm gonna look at it. I'll look at it after. It's in beta, so you can create MIDI files of slughead singing. Holy shit. We love technology. Technology is amazing. Hmm. Ooh, I think Battle Team 2 is also really good. Funky. Very funky. Oh, that's 2. Wait. How about 3? Oh, is this one? This one feels fine. Yeah, this one is fine. We do 2. 2 is great. Yeah, this one is great. I'm just here listening to music now. Play Subnautica 2? No, I don't think I want to, honestly. Because I have a extreme, well, not extreme, but I'm very afraid of deep underwater. It's like a phobia of mine, and drowning. It's just something that, like, even when I play raft, sometimes I don't really go underwater, and then when I play raft, I go underwater. I got so scared that I cannot breathe in real life as well. Just drink the water? Yeah, yeah, sure, yeah, yeah, okay. Drink the water, huh? Huh? I'll bite you. Yeah, that's why I've not been playing like Subnautica 1 or 2. It's like, I mean, it's a crafting survival game, right? And then I always love crafting survival games, but I just cannot play Subnautica because of the phobia that I have. I could try to force myself to play it, but it would just not be fun at all. I feel like if I were to force myself to play Subnautica, it would just be me trying my best to trying my best to hold back the phobia and not think about it too much. In the end, I'm not really enjoying it, so yeah. Actually, I can. Yeah, let's rate metal. Why not? We can rate to another build. Don't force, that will be fun. Yeah, that's what I meant, right? Hey, maybe in the far future that I'm suddenly not afraid of um suddenly not afraid of deep underwater. I don't know. I mean, people can change with time, right? I mean, I changed because when I was in mid school, like if I was in mid school, when I was in mid school, I used to love fish roll, like ROE fish roll, like sushi place, right? I love to eat them, but then I abhor raw salmon, and now it's just sort of like 180. I fucking love raw salmon now, and I cannot eat fish roll, which is weird, but I don't know. When it was about space, I have no fear of space. Like space to me is fine. I think space is really fun. But space is thin water. I don't see it that way, so I don't see space as being water. Subnautica 2 has is crossplay, so I can play on Xbox and you on PC if you change your mind. Well, maybe, but for now, don't think I'll be playing Subnautica in my foreseeable future. All right, let me plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee, nice. Coffee, good. Coffee helps. Then I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey, Bernie. Tell them, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. And I also has a Discord channel. Oh.
Night night, Kobo. Thanks for being a good girl, less than 3.
Night night, Evie. Night night. App is definitely bugged with earning channel points. Yeah, I guess mobile app is just cooked at this point. I have a Discord channel. Discord. I announced my stream stuff over there. My brain doesn't work, and there's a dragon simping corner because I love dragons. There's also, I don't know. Why my brain doesn't work today? My head hurts. That's why. Yep, that's why. My head hurts. Anyway, corners are real. Shake my head. It could be real. If you believe it hard enough, it could be. Yeah. Dragon Simping Corner. We love them. We love dragons. I like to get red. Anyway. Hey, here's a right message. I know metal is a cobalt, but it's fine. I still want uppies. Let me type in the rate to metal. Metal. Oh, it's cobalt. KOL. Okay. Thank you for the stream. Have a nice evening. Thank you, Brett Tug. Thank you, Dragon. Hope you have a nice day as well. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I typed in the red. I'm ready to raid. Boop. Yeah. 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 Chat. My brain, it's gone. I feel so weird today. Holy shit! I feel like I feel like my. You know what? I already said that 10 times already. It's fine. I'm ready to raid to metal. I'm probably gonna go get some food and probably sleep early tonight because this is definitely not normal for my brain. Anyways, I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. So before the raid, though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves you, alright? TY for stream. Thanks for being here, Vulch. And here comes the raid to a metal kobold. Wait. Gonna raid to another kobold. Kobold. Kobold's nice. I love being a kobold. Kobold's great. I actually never regretted my decision to become a kobold. I mean, not that I regretted any of my characters, right? I have my forest guardian, I have my dragon, I have my snake, and then I have my kobold, right? I love all of them because sometimes I feel like why not I just be a dragon because I've dragons so much, but then it's like it's kind of different, right? Because being a kobold, I can just simp on dragons. I can look at dragons. I can stare at them without any judgment. Like if I'm a dragon, me staring at another dragon nonstop would be a little bit weird. So Kobo is nice. I love being a couple. Um. Oh, I can see the countdown now. Oh my god, is everything fixed? Ooh, okay. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And take care, everyone. And Kobo loves you. Mwah. Right? I'll wait for the timer to go down as I always do. I won't judge you. Oh, dragon is so nice. I'm gonna stare at you. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.